All right, guys.
We're live.
Yes, we're live. Yippity-doo. 4 of 5. LinkedIn.
We are live.
Sending.
We are
Yep.
live 24/7. No, we're not. Run until 7 o'clock. My time.
I'm not sure when I'm gonna run until, but
Okay. Open-ended sort of.
Facebook will only archive it for 8 hours. Anything over 8 hours, it won't archive. Let's see here. Program. And we're live.
We are live.
Disc.gg//earth-reality. Oh, no, spelled Earth wrong. Yep, all notifications popped. Seems to be working. Good. All right, we are live. And let's see, open topics. Does anybody have a topic they want to discuss?
Whatever.
How about the absurdity of people that seem to hold it in their mind that they can never be tricked or fooled? You know what I mean?
I can't be fooled, man. What are you talking about? I'm unfoolable. And I only got fooled, how many times in my life? A lot? A lot? I'm very foolable.
Let's create an axiom out of this, right? So, he who says they cannot be fooled is a fool.
Is a fool. Yeah, I'm totally down.
Folly is the way of the fool, for they think they are smart when they're really astute. Anyway, so yeah, guys, it's what, Equalux, right? Or that was last night, right? Equalux or yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday, right? Equalux.
And that pretty much equal light, right?
Yeah, equal light.
So that whole equal light. So you have Equalux and Equinox, right? So the Nox is night. So Noluxious would be dark and light, right? Lennox, like Annie Lennox. Anyway, so that's yeah. The Latin is pretty interesting if you really think about it.
I like Latin. It's decent language.
Even though it's sometimes hard to figure out what the letters are saying and what sound it's supposed to be because you're so used to another language, unless you're one of those savants that just picks English or not English, languages Latin. Up nothing. Yeah.
Some people speak Latin.
But I guess, if you were raised speaking Spanish, Latin ain't nothing. Same with Greek. They know it.
Yeah, exactly. Very similar, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, you got to sit there and think. There's always been.
Think?
Yeah, you
What's
got to
that?
sit there and think. Like, use the gray matter behind your eyes, between your ears, 3 foot above your butt.
Years? Oh man, I don't know what that is.
But if you think about it, the two places, right? The two nations, or I guess you could call them nations. The two kingdoms were so close together that you cannot say that there wasn't trade between the two and the cross communication, right? Even though the words mean different things and they don't coincide with, oh, this is this, yeah, that's the same here. I think that's more of a result of today's babble. But anyway, for instance, a lot of people will sit there and say, no, Earth is a globe, right? What do you guys mean by Earth is a globe? I mean, people don't even realize that the word globe does not mean Earth. And it does not mean planet. I mean, the globe does not even denote something that's spherical. That would be an orb, not a globe.
It's globular. Like Earth, man.
Globulus maximus.
Globus Maximus. Radius.
They've see, that's what it is. They got rid of the Circus Maximus and they made it the Globus Maximus.
Globus Maximus Radius. Yeah, radius is already it's already there for you. It's got the U.S. and there, so it's it's perfect. Roman. Globulus Radius.
Globius Saturnius Globe. Yeah. Anyway. So, people are probably sitting there going, what do you mean? What the hell is this guy talking about? He's retarded or something. I mean, this guy is actually sitting here saying that Earth is not synonymous with the word globe? Yeah, because Earth means dirt. That's all it means. The stuff that's under your feet and gets in between your toes when you're at the beach, it's Earth.
Now that's sand.
Well, it still can be considered soil.
Of course, yes. Soil contains silt and sand, and a lot of other stuff. Yes.
And clay, sometimes gravel, but the gravel part of it is not considered Earth. That's called geo. Uh-oh, guys. So they barely understand English, right? Even though they took
it's hard.
Even though they took spelling class for 12, 13 years?
Yeah.
It's like, all that other stuff is just ancient Greek. And it's like, no, it's not just Greek, some of it's Latin. So it's like, planet. It's not an English word. It's a Greek word.
Stems from what?
To wander.
Mm-hmm. To wander, to planet. All right, I shall planet myself around the basement. I don't know.
No.
I'm planeting around the basement. I'm wandering around.
The simpler form is plana, right? Plana is the root. And then from plana you have planeta, which is where planet comes from. Now, the funny thing is planeta, to wander, used to mean flat. I shit you not.
Okay.
I mean, if I have to, I could sit here and pull up an etymology thing. Might as well.
I shit you not. pull up a toilet. Or... No, do not shit me, buddy. I'm not interested.
No, you don't shit on me. I shit on you.
Yes, shit on me, not. Not.
Okay, here we go.
Alright. There's my trash bucket. This will suffice.
Let's see here. Planet. Well, it says Old English, planete, an old astronomy. An old astronomy. Star, other than a fixed star, revolving in orbit. From Old French, planète, modern French, planete. The directly from the late Latin, planeta. The Greek planetes and astres, planati, wandering stars. From planaste, to wander. A word of uncertain etymology, perhaps nasalized form of pi, which is Paleo-Indo-European. The root is pele, so yeah. Flat, to spread out. Number 2, flat, to spread out. On the notion of spread out. What? Planet means flat, to spread out. Second definition, right? But the semantics are highly problematic, according to Beeks, who notes the similarity of the meaning between the Greek word plazine, to make devious, repel, dissuade, from the right path, bewilder, but adds it's hard to think of a formal connection. So called because they have an apparent motion, unlike the fixed stars, originally including also the moon and the sun, but not the earth. Modern scientific sense, the world orbits a star. And that didn't start till the 1630s. 1630s, guys. Not thousands of years ago. Just about 400 years ago. And that's in English, which is what you guys speak. What we speak.
Inglese.
English. English. The Greek word is enlarged form of planes. Planetos, to wander around. Wander, also wandering star, planet. In medicine, is an unstable temperature. So if your temperature swings, they call it planetos.
Planetos. I have fever.
Apparently a medical term.
Okay, it's good to know.
Yeah.
That's a new addition to the library of knowledge.
And well, I don't know if it's medical because it says in medicine. So who knows when that medicine was implemented and what school it was, but I'm pretty sure it happened after the 1630s because it's at the bottom of the list. So, yeah. And then Bele, Proto-Indo-European root meaning flat, to spread. Bele, P-E-L-E, Bele, to flat, to spread. In all forms,
palette. Is that where palette comes from in English?
Probably. In all forms a part of airplane, diplasia, ectoplasm, effleurage, splende, explain, explanation, feldspar, field, flannel, or flanor, floor, Yalano, it's the double L, A-N-O, and palm. That's the first noun. Flat of the hand. Right? So that's what that denotes, is the flat of the hand. Or no, the next one is the flat of the hand, right? So it's palm. 2, tropical tree. Right? So palmy, piano. Pi forte. Plane. Plan. Planor. Planora. Plane. Means flat surface. Plane. Noun 3. Tool used for smoothing surfaces. Plane. Soar. Glide on motionless wings. Planet. Plani. Planosphere. Plano. Palacia. Plasma. Plasma. Plasmid. Plasm. Plast. Plaster. Plastic. Plastid. Plasti. Polic. Poland. Pole. Polka. Protoplasm, and belt. So it's a hypothetical source of evidence for the existence of the provided by Greek plastine to mold. Plasma is something to mold or created. Latin planos, flat, level, even, plain, clear. Lithuania planosa, thin. Celtic leona, plain. Old Church Slavic, Loch, flat land. Field, Russian. Old Jili, open is what it means. Old English, field. Middle Dutch, field. Interesting. It's the things you learn by the study of the lexicon. You actually find out where the meaning of the word came from. And planet means flat, guys. Wandering star and flat.
So flat, wandering star. Awesome. Mars is flat. So you know how they always say that. So you guys think Mars is flat too? You know? Like, okay. Alright.
So it's like you got all these different things to denote something, right? So a couple other ones are like flat to spread out, open, all that other stuff, right? But then, of course, they said, according to Beeks, who notes the similarity measuring between, all that other stuff. So, that's pretty interesting. So let's look up Earth. So just for the record, planet Earth, right? So, the first one that come up was the vowel. We don't want the vowel. We want the Earth. So, Earth, noun, Old English, EROPE, Europe. Earth is Europe in Old English, right? And then ground, soil, dirt, dry land, country, district, also used along with Meganandrend for the material world, the abode of man, as opposed to the heavens or the underworld, from Proto-Germanic rethro or earthro, ethro, source of Old Frisian, ereth, so like edit, right? Earth, Old Saxon, erta, Old Norse, shore. I butchered that because I don't know how to speak that. Middle Dutch, Erd, E-E-R-D, E-E-R-D, Erd.
Sounds just like the Arabic one, Ard. The air, the
Well, that's Dutch, and then Dutch is A-A-R-D-E, Ard, right?
Oh. See, look at that, man. All Earth and across all the other languages too. So interesting.
Yeah. And then Old High German, Edra, E-R-D-A, Edra. It's probably like Heindra or something. And then German, Erd, E-R-D-E, Erd. Gothic, Erpa. And then perhaps from the extended Paleo root, ear, E-R, right? Which means earth and ground. And then this is interesting. The Earth, considered to be a planet, was so called in the 1400s, 600 years ago. Used in old chemistry from 1728. Earth mover, large digging machine from 1940s. Now, about that right? Er. Indo-European root meaning earth, ground. It forms all parts of aardvark, aardwolf, earth, or thin, and earthly. So aardvark and aardwolf. I've heard of aardvark, but not aardwolf. It is the hypothetical source of evidence for the existence provided by the Old English ERO or EOR pay E. Ground, soil, dirt, dry land, Old Norse Jord, probably. Old High German Edra, Gothic Aripa, and then Middle Irish Edit. Right, that Gaelic is the same as not the language, so it's Edit. So ERT, edit. Sounds like another language, huh? But yeah, it's pretty interesting when you look up the entomology, or entomology, yeah, entomology, not the study of insects, but the study of birds.
Etymology? Or?
Well, I think one of them means the study of insects, and I think that's entomology. But I'm thinking that's what this is entomology, where the other one's just entomology. So it's like spelt the same. It's just the difference is ETYMOLOGY, and the other one you just remove the Y. ETMOOGLY, all that other stuff. So yeah, blazing. So and this is crazy. The word entomology, late 14th century, from etholomegalia, omegla, from the origin, facts of origin and development of a word. What does that say? Facts? Fact checkers, fact check these words for me, please. French entomologue, entomologue. Yeah, so it's like the same word all the way across, so it goes all the way back to Greece. So probably would not be pie. Oh, no, right there. From a pie, set. Okay, so true sense, originally meaning neuter of entmos, true, real, actual, related to estro, or estos, true, which perhaps is a cognate of the Sanskrit sahich. So it goes all the way back to that. Sanskrit, Gothic, sunjas, which is kind of close to the Sanskrit, which is Secha and Sunjas. So Old English is S06 with a cross on it, which is true. From the pie, set B stable. Latinized by Carrico as verloquim for verbal quim. Anyway, whatever that means. In classical times, with reference to meanings later to historians, classical entomologists, Christian and pagan, based their explanations on allegory and guesswork, lacking historical records as well as a specific method to analyze them, and the discipline fell to disrupt that lasted a millennium. And that's a Fulbert Dictionary of Received Ideas. It goes on, it says, wrote the general view that the entomology was easiest thing in the world with the help of Latin and a little ingenuity. So did you hear that, guys? You know the royal speak of today, then you can possibly understand what all words in English truly mean. So you guys are going to sit there and claim semantics, but the basic thing is Earth doesn't mean a planet. It means soil, dry land, and planet means flat or wandering flatness, to wander on the flat plane. Does that mean the cosmos space is a flat plane? What was the name of that? What was it? It was cosmic background radiation observation they were trying to do.
Which one? There's a W. Oh, yeah, there's a W map. You're talking about the CMBR, the cosmic background. It's being emitted from the water on Earth. Nexus of evil.
Yeah.
What are you looking for exactly? But yeah, that's the instruments. I think they have the Kobe Fierce satellite. It's one of them. Supposedly, right?
Well, it first started out as like a big what do you call it? It's like a electronic ear, big metal ear that sat there and rotated around. And they figured that it was interference, which was causing it to look like the Earth extended all the way out into the cosmos. And they said that can't be because we know it's a sphere. We know it's a globe, right? So they sent satellite up, whatever. And it came back with the same thing. So they sent another one up, a more advanced one up. And lo and behold, it was more detailed of the same thing, what they were not expecting. So now they have to rethink everything because it shows that the universe is flat. It's crazy. So they have to explain it away by saying, oh, well, the Big Bang expanded in that direction. That's what all the matter is there. And everything else, there's matter there too, but it's dark matter, so it's blocking the microwave radiation. So, yeah. And that's all them trying to prove the Big Bang, and they found out that, nope, you just proved creation. Good job.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm eating right now. That's why I'm not helping you out here. Just talking back to you, Did Mike say it? Did he say he was going to be here? I'm not sure.
I haven't been able to talk to him. I'm figuring he's busy.
Mm-hmm.
So I sent him a thing and let him know. But I don't know if he's going to show up or not. Maybe later on.
Later on or something.
I figured he would have showed up for lunch, but yeah, he's probably not even worried about doing anything but getting the tar cleared, the pump cleared, you know.
He was servicing some equipment, he said, a couple days ago. Be on it Friday night or something like that. So get it, man. When you're slammed, you gotta drop Discord for a bit.
Yeah, well, it's preventative maintenance because he knows he's going to be busy because it's warming up.
Mm-hmm.
So it's better to make sure everything's tip-top now and replace the parts that need replaced instead of having downtime, you know? And it makes sense. I mean, anybody that's responsible will do preventative maintenance on their vehicle, you know what I mean? Like, you know, you have 3 months or 3,000 miles, whichever occurs first, to change your oil. That doesn't mean you can keep the oil in your vehicle for 6 months because you should have changed it once before. But they do have another kind of oil, right? It's called Schaefer's, and it's like full synthetic stuff. And it can go for 8,000 miles without breaking down because it's synthetic.
Okay.
And they also have another thing. It's a liquid Schaefer's oil. And that's not the name of the product. It's rust remover, right? And it's like an oil. It's a liquid oil. And you take it and you rub it on whatever you want the rust to remove from, and it converts it. Like, I don't know how it does it, but it somehow converts it to like magnetite, so it stops rusting. Like I've seen other things do it, but not like that.
What, the spray stuff on the rust, or what are you talking about?
Well, it's not spray. It's like a mason jar full of like what looks like water or naphtha or something. Smells weird.
Oh, is it like the blackening? Is it cold bluing compound, or?
No, it's not. It's not the cold blue. It's something that takes rust. Like I can convert rust to magnetite by boiling it in water, and then letting it sit out and letting it get all rusty, and then boil it in water again, and it will start getting a patina and parkerizing it. Then take it off, card it, put it back in, do it about 2-3 times to get a thick coat on it, and that way the magnetite, the black oxide, prevents further oxidation. It's like a shield. So that's how, like, I guess gun bluing was done back in the day. It's called parkerizing. I used to do it with a lot of things. But now everything's all chemical. All petrochemical. Oh, just throw an acid on it and watch it. It turns blue right before your eyes. You don't have to do it for a whole day. You know? And then, but what's the long-term effect, right? Like, I'm always wondering, like, we put that gun bluing on here, and now it's sitting outside, right? Just say a piece of metal sitting outside. And that stuff with the chemical stuff, that acid, it just rusts, right? Like, the coloring is still there, but the rust still comes. So it doesn't really help. But I wonder, like, what the better alternative for it would be. Well, I know what the better alternative for it would be. Keep it oiled and parkerized. Because it don't matter, you can keep it oiled and blued, right? But eventually, it's going to wear off because it's a thin coating, right? Or the other one actually bites into the metal, it replaces the rust. It's kind of cool. They had another way to do it too. I can't remember what it was. But anyway.
I'm with you, man. I'm just chewing.
Grandma.
I need more water in this coffee pot. Oh, I did get permission to play Latter-day Saints songs directly from him. So,
Okay.
that's like a plus for it.
I
haven't contacted Overdose yet, so I can't really, do it with impunity. Even though he wants his stuff promoted. It's just the way that things are right now. I don't want to risk it. But, yeah. In case some of you don't know who Latter-day Saints is, it's a rapper whose name's Flat Nasty. We just got a YouTube channel called Latter-day Saints. It's kind of funny. It's like a comedy rap. Kerrig. Thing is such a pain in the butt. To be honest, I'd be happy with regular brew. Hey BG, how you doing? I don't know if you can speak.
I did unmute him.
I just noticed he was in here.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So how you doing?
Oh,
Starting to get warm there?
man, it's been warm.
Nice. Because I can't remember where somebody was all happy because it was starting to warm up, and then they got all of a sudden angry because it started snowing again. Can't remember who it was. They didn't really get angry. They're just like, "Oh, great, it's snowing."
Take a little break from 24/7. Come back on, and everybody's back. What's going on?
Oh, it's just one of those things. So figured we'd try to do our own little thing because there's nothing stopping us. So, and plus there's like new TOS terms with Discord that's so vague. But it's like that for a reason. But
I can't leave you alone for 5 minutes. So
say what?
I said it's like I can't leave y'all alone for 5 minutes. Y'all be paying.
Well, perhaps it was a good thing that you were absent. I feel so nice. And it's going to get horrible later on in the summer. The weird thing, though, the weird thing, the more and more different people that I talk to about anything, they're staunch holding the party line, staunch with it. Whatever the TV says, I repeat. Whatever is put on social media, I repeat. You know, I don't understand it. Like, how did it come to this?
Make fun of both sides.
What was that?
I said I make fun of both sides.
Well, that's the thing, right? The whole thing is comedy. The whole thing. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right, and here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Because the Joker is a clown. Oh man. Ah, this mistletoe's killing this tree. Well, at least did you have a good vacation?
Me? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Vacation from the internet?
Yeah. I mean, oh man, I think it's ADHD. You know, I get bored with stuff. So I get a little taste of it. I'll leave it.
Yeah.
And then about 3 months later, I'm like, hey, let me go see what these people are doing. And talking to Blaze, I'm like, hey, what's going on? Just checking on you. Oh, we all got banned.
Yeah, let's try not to talk about that on the live stream.
Oh, I didn't realize we was live, man.
Yeah, we're live right now. It's just one of those things. I don't want no drama, no beef. I want to maintain the peace.
I got you. My bad.
I mean, you know, it's up to you, but just please not on the on my YouTube.
I'll bring it up again.
It's just one of those weird occurrences every once in a while where something doesn't feel right, and then you find out all the loonies come out right around the time of the full moon. You're like, oh, it's no like strange coincidence. Maybe the full moon does have an effect on people. Like especially with the conjunctions and stuff. Like all of the wars happen when there's like a conjunction where there's an alignment. Don't know if it's us causing these conjunctions and signs in the heavens, or if it's the heavens causing it on us, or if it just happens to be correlation. But man, that's some crazy correlation.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting what you were talking about first. First got about the planet and all that stars and stuff. You have a link or something we was reading off of, or
Oh yeah.
that's just something that you like searched up.
Yeah, because I get curious about things, right? So, it's like this, like, when I get into scriptures, I go in depth, right? I just don't read the English that's milk. So instead, I will go all the way through and chew up the meat and spit out the bones, right? I'll take every little bit of it in and look at it for what it is. And sometimes the English don't work. I mean, especially with Arabic, right? Sometimes there's just no word in English to describe it. So you have to come up with like 4 or 5 different words to explain it. But like, I love delving deep into the words because I've always been intrigued by it. Like, what does they mean and how do they relate? You know, how did this come to mean that? Like, for instance, kid. How did kid come to mean child when it means offspring of of a lesser cattle? You know, lesser cattle can be anything that is not a cow that you use for food or clothing, right? So a sheep is a lesser cattle because you use it for food and for clothing and work, right? Then you have the other one, which is man, right? Man can be used for food. It can be used for clothing. Not really for clothing, but you know what I mean, like textiles and stuff. Um, and what was the other one? Sport, right? So it's what separates us from the animals is we can do sports. It's not because we think, because animals think too. It's kind of yeah. And those definitions actually came from the Black's Law Dictionary. Let me see if I can pull them up or if I removed them. I'm not sure. I think I removed it. Oh man, no. Oh, right here. Here's cattle. And from the Black's Law Dictionary, it states a term which indicates the domestic animals. Generally, all of the animals used by man for labor or food, animals of the bovine genus. In a wider sense, all domestic animals used for man for labor or food, including sheep and hogs.
Which edition are you?
Huh?
Which edition of Black's Law?
You know, that's a good question. Second or 22nd? What does it say? Second edition.
Was looking.
Huh?
It was a couple of years ago. I was looking for a particular edition. I don't remember. It's like the 6th edition.
Well, I think that this means second edition online.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then of course I can't see what I want to see. I wonder if this is the one. Or what does this one say? Or is it the same thing that I somehow had duplicated? Oh no. Yeah, it is the same thing. So, excuse me, it wasn't man that meant sport, right? It was beast. The legal term of beast is any a domestic animal, quadruped, such as may be used for food or in the labor or for sport. So that could mean like a horse, right? Polo and all that. Not Marco Polo, but polo. So it's just one of those things to where, like, if you look up monster, that's a prodigious birth, a human birth or offspring not having the shape of mankind, which cannot be heir to any land, albeit brought forth in marriage. So, what is a prodigious birth, a human birth or offspring, not having the shape of mankind, which cannot be heir to any land, no inheritance? It's interesting, to say the least. I'm thinking it's not actually flesh and blood, but like has to do with these corporations because they're considered peoples.
I guess the meaning to be the people, the corporations.
You know, something that's been intriguing me as of late is who exactly is Josephus?
I don't know. As far as we know, he was just. I have his book. Actually.
Yeah, but as far as we know, he never existed because there's no tomb,
Right.
no burying place. He disappeared after he was elevated after being released from Roman prison and became a full-fledged Roman citizen. Because the annals, he's just completely gone after a certain time, and there's no like mourning for him or anything like that because he was the royal historian, which means he knew all languages, which is why he was able to do the works that he did. I'm wondering if it's the same one as Scaliger because his name was Josephus Scaligeria, and that's where we get our modern chronology from, our dating, and he based all of his work off of the works of Flavius Josephus and the antiquity of the Jews. But it's not really the antiquity of the Jews, it's more like the antiquity and the war of the Jews. And this is from the Roman perspective. because he was Roman. That war went on for 150 years. Hang on, I'll be back. I'm back. Sorry about that.
Apologizing to me for, man.
Huh?
I said, what you apologizing to me for?
Well, because I was gone longer than I expected. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, Cyrus says he'll be back later. Yeah, get working on that differential, man. You know, I was listening to somebody, I can't remember his name, I think it was Loki something or other. And he was sitting there saying that he does celestial navigation and all that, but he's a glober, right? I said, okay, I won't hold it against you. And he says that you're able to do an optical measurement by just a photograph. I was like, what are you talking about? Oh, well, pixels, because we, as astronomers, we know. No, I thought you were celestial navigators, not astronomers. So astronomy has nothing to do with celestial navigation, because you just read out of an almanac. And then you have to have a chronometer set to a certain time zone. The main meridian. UTC. Zulu. But I did find out that they don't do daylight savings. Ships don't do it. Anything that travels by sea does not do it. Anything that does navigation does not use daylight savings. It's odd.
There are a lot of countries that don't observe daylight saving.
I'm not sure. I haven't really asked around. But the thing with daylight savings, right? That didn't start till like 19th or 20th century, didn't it? Like in 1900s? Like after the war or something like that? World War II? But the thing is it's almost like changing of the times with the seasons. But the one who came up with it was Benjamin Franklin. You know, the guy that supposedly shocked himself by touching a key and he got a little static jolt. He says, Eureka. Or he didn't say Eureka, that's somebody else. Archimedes. He says, electricity, electro. Which means he already knew what was going to happen. But whatever. Some people believe that story. But if the key got struck by lightning, it would have got red hot and burnt the string and the kite would have flew off. You know? Or at least melted the key.
How much of history I really trust.
Yeah. You ever heard of chronology by Celsus? That's what I want to get a hold of. Pretty much all of the works has been destroyed, though. And people that, like at the time where they were destroyed, the people that decided to go with the Celsus were persecuted. And like an Inquisition type thing. And the other ones that didn't get persecuted were the ones that just accepted it for the way it was.
What's going on today?
So what?
So that's pretty much what's going on today.
Yeah. Bit burning and all that stuff, not necessarily books. Let's see what I can find about this Kelsis. No, I don't want Chronicles of Narnia. What the heck? Okay. This says Kelsis first appeared in Showcase 94. August. Oh, this is DC Universe, so this might not even be what I'm looking for. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is DC Comics. Yeah, no. I can find Against Kelsis. Nope. Can't find nothing on it. That sounds like it. It's Wikipedia, though. Wikipedia is not a reliable source for anything. It's Wikipedia's own words. But looks like I have no other choice. Yeah, that right here. Cornelius Kelsos. Annulus Cornelius Kelso. Or Celsius. Circa 25 BC to 50 AD. Uh-oh. Same time period as Josephus. Was a Roman encyclopedist known for his extant medical work, De Medicana, which is believed to be the only surviving section of a much larger encyclopedia. The De Medicania is a primary source on diet, pharmacy, surgery, and related fields. This sounds like something. And it is one of the best sources concerning medical knowledge in the Roman world. Lost portions of the encyclopedia likely include volumes on agriculture, law, rhetoric, and military arts. He made contributions to the classification of human skin disorders in dermatology, such as Miramisa, and his name is often found in medical terminology regarding the skin, Caroncalcii and Area calcii marks. So it's A Corn Celsius. ACORN. So A period CORN. It's weird. So what do you look like? If I can manage to operate this stupid phone. Apparently, the clipboard's malfunctioned. There we go. So it's Acorn Celsius. It seems like the same person as that, what do you call it? Josephus, same time period. Let's see, life. Nothing is known about the life of Celsus. Even his Praemon is uncertain. He has been called both Aurelius and Aulus, and the latter being more plausible. Some incidental expressions in his De Medicania suggest that he lived under the reign of Augustus and Tiberius, which is confirmed by his reference to the Greek physician Theomisian as being recently old, or recently in his old age. It is not known with any certainty where he lived, but he has been identified as a possible dedicator of a gravestone in Rome. But it has also been supposed that he lived in Narrabros, Gaul, because he refers to a species of vine, Maricum, which, according to Pliny, was native to that region. It's doubtful whether he practiced medicine himself, and although Celsus seemed to describe and recommend his own medical observation, sanctioned by experience, Quintilian says that his volumes indulged all sorts of literary masters, and even agriculture and military tactics. There's Medicania with a serpent wrapped around an anchor. So, or it could be seaweed for all I know. And this is what it looks like. Clipboard, open up. Oh, it's just gonna do that then, huh? Okay, that's uncool. Anyway, it says, of the numerous volumes of his encyclopedia, only one remains intact, the celebrated treatise on medicine, Dimedicina. The work's encyclopedic arrangement follows the tripartite division of medicine at the time as established by Hippocrates and Asclepius: diet, pharmacology, and surgery. It's divided into 8 books. Okay? Don't want to go into that medical stuff? So, father of medicine. Well, what about his chronology? Because I looked up chronology, and you're not going to have any chronology in it. Of course. Okay, common names related to Aureus Corolnius Celsus. Philosophy, ancient Rome. It's got lots of his busts. That's about it. So yeah, I'm wondering what exactly was in the history according to Celsus. And see, here's another one. It's biography, but that's just talking about his 8 books of medicine. But that sounds like Audius Copernicus Piso to me. Josephus, one of the same. That's, well, let me look up Scaligaria. Or Scaliger. There's a lot on him. Science blog, even. Scaliger in the Science of Chronology. He looks just like that other guy. And Joseph Justus Scaliger. Sounds like Piso to me. And similarities pretty close. Okay, come on. Here we go. Okay. It says, on January 21st, 1609, French religious leader and scholar Joseph Justus Scaliger. Now, France is the land of Gaul, right? Where the last guy was supposed to be from. He was also a Roman. He passed away on 1609, January 21. He is referenced as being one of the founders of the science of chronology, explaining the notion of classical history from Greek and ancient Roman history to include Persian, Babylonian, Jewish, and ancient Egyptian history. They quote him saying, all divisions in religion arise from ignorance of grammar. So the early years says Joseph Justus Scaliger was born on August 5th, 1540, at Agen on the Garonne, France. The 10th child of a famous Italian physician, philosopher Julius Caesar Scaliger, and Antoinette de Roquelaure, I guess. Julius Caesar Scaliger was a man of encyclopedic knowledge and accurate observation. He employed the techniques and discoveries of Renaissance humanism to define Aristotelianism. He was the new learning, i.e. Renaissance humanism. When Joseph was 12 years old, he was sent with 2 younger brothers of the College of Guyenne in Bordeaux, who was under the direction of Jean Guida, where Joseph quickly proved himself an exploratory process or precious student. extraordinary precious student. Excuse me, I'm tired. An outbreak of the plague in 1515 or 1555 caused the boys to return home, and for the next few years, Joseph was his father's constant companion, and Animaeus was and Animenius, yeah, whatever that is. He learned from his father to be not only a scholar, but also an accurate observer, aiming at historical criticism more than at correcting texts. Acquiring some respectable knowledge, in 1559, after his family's death, he went to Paris to study Greek and Latin. But 2 months after he was found not in the position to profit from the lectures of the great Greek scholar of the time, he read Homer in 21 days, and he went through all the other Greek poets, operators, and historians, forming a grammar for himself as he went along, from Greek at the suggestion of a guillotine postil. Oh, no. Guillermo Postel. He proceeded to attack Hebrew and Arabic, and of both he acquired a respectable knowledge. That's a lot. That's Gallagher. So my suspicion is this Josephus Scaliger was the same Josephus of the Bible, or around the time of the Bible, the same Josephus that wrote the history. Just by name alone. Yeah, that Scaliger, man, he's something else. And why? Yeah. So here's the thing. Scaliger had a different cosmology than we do. So perhaps that's why everybody thinks the globe is thousands and thousands of years old, when in fact it's like 600 to 900 at most. Why are you guys so quiet?
I'm a listener, man. I'm a listener.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to be able to sit here and keep talking much longer. I'm getting tired.
Yeah.
This is my 4th cup of coffee since 2.
Yeesh.
Yeah, I'm tired.
You know, they say if you've had at least 1 cup of coffee in your entire life, or your children will be born naked and illiterate. So
Huh?
sad.
They'll be born naked and what?
Illiterate?
Aren't they all?
Pretty sure everybody's drank coffee. It was a joke.
Well, I don't know. There's let's see if I can find it. See, that's one thing I want to get into is the history of the Millwrights eventually, the Seventh-day Adventists. Mm-hmm. Famous events that never actually happened. That seems interesting. Historical events that weirdly happened at the same time. Yeah, I'm not able to find it. No idea why it just quit on me like that. Phone does it often. Hang on, let me see this other app over here. See if he's poking around. Uh-oh, time check. It's 3:33. Illuminati confirmed.
5:33.
Huh?
5:33.
Oh, it's 5 where you are?
No, that happens to me a lot. It's some reason I just look at the clock or something like that, and it's always on some 33. You know, it's 1:33 or 3:33. Just I don't know what it is, bro. It's like, what time is it? I look at the clock. 33. I don't know what that means exactly. I just noticed.
This is unreleased B.O.B. from Flutterday Saints.
Moderate, bands, Leonard Jake, bands, Zato, bands, yeah, bands. East side want some more, west side want some more, north side want some more, south side want some more. Hey, everybody ain't a free thinker. Every dog ain't got a clean needle. Every chopper ain't a street sweeper. Whips on foreign, it ain't street, yeah. And I'm passing by like a UFO, like an astronaut. Saw a news report on Channel 5. I'm crack the code with an open mind. It'll tap my phone, tap my line, spying on my notes. I can't type shit down on televisions. They reverse the lenses. Now they watching you while you sleep inside of your crib tonight. Could be the CIA or the NSA or the DEA or the FBI and WO. Better stay awoke or get left behind, nigga. They, who are they? They the reason that Obama head done turned great. Nigga, they the reason Malcolm loaded up the AK. Goddamn 47. They be passing laws every time a hurricane happens or a plane crashes or a school shooting. Gray magic, that's what they practice while you change classes. Higher shooters, MK Ultra college students. Scopolamine in your spinal fluid. How they do it? Always kill it. They say easy E had AIDS, but later think none of them sure. Feel like we all feel played, like someone should saw this villain. Yo, nah, they got no shit. Fuck it, let me go back in. Yeah. To be known is to be a stone. That's why I am stoned and I'm never home. My phone me on Rome. I get it, I'm gone. She say I'm a dog. I give her the what? I give her that bone. I get in my zone. I look in the sky. We are not alone. Now is it a message or is it a blessing? Could it be from heaven or just a projection? I'm sick of discussing this shit get depressing. We should walk up to the presses. We should walk up to the president's office demanding they answer these questions. Bugging your mind with these backward flows. Ain't rapping them same old Jurassic flows. Cities and tunnels that's underground. Pyramids on the ocean floor. Hey, I wonder what NASA knows. I wonder what NASA knows. I wonder if what's really out there is really what NASA shows. Fancy. Everybody ain't a free thinker. No, I know, I know. Every doc ain't got a clean it. I know. Every chopper ain't a street sweeper. I know, I know. Whips on foreign, it ain't street legal. East side want some more. West side want some more. West side want some more. South side want some more. East side want some more. West side want some more. West side want some more. South side want some more.
Well, that was interesting. I hadn't heard it before, so I just decided to play it.
He's a little more metal.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know any bands that will give me rights to play their things. It'd be nice, but I ain't got those corporate connections. But I got his permission to play his stuff, so. I like how it wasn't just all about how it usually is. And it was more like, check it out because there's this and there's that and there's that and there's this. So it's almost like truth rap, you know, being edgy, but not really pushing the edge. It's weird. Because you can't really push the envelope anymore. So yeah, did you know that planet means flat?
Yeah, that's what when I joined in on y'all, you were reading that stuff. Pretty interesting.
Yeah. A lot of people think, you know, no, planet's where we live. Yeah, on a flat.
And you got that, you said, from Black's Law Dictionary?
No, and I got that from Entom Online. It's entomology.
Mm-hmm.
Not the study of like insects, but the study of words, the facts of a word. So these are facts of a word. There you go. Just in case anybody else is thinking I'm fooling them or trying to pull a fast one, posting the link for it in live stream voice text relay. And a lot of people just look at, you know, what was rendered, and it says planet / entomology, comma, original and meaning of planet by Entom Online. Planet meaning star, other than a fixed star revolving in an orbit, an old planet, right?
Yeah, planet.
Star other than a fixed star. Yeah. Alrighty.
Hey, what up? What up? Shalom.
What's good, bro? What up?
Not much.
Shalom, shalom. I'm sorry, I didn't know I was unmuted. And
I just unmuted you.
oh, thank you. I was repeating his definition. I thought that was interesting. He said, it's other than a fixed star. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I want to know how the other ones are fixed. You feel me?
Right. Well, here, get this, right? Star other than a fixed star, revolving in an orbit, from Old French plane. That's Planete. So planète. You're better with language than I am. But it's modern. The modern French is planète. And directly from late Latin planete, so Planeta, from the Greek planetes, from asteres, planeti means wandering stars. From planaste, to wander, that's Planasthai, to wander, a word of uncertain etymology. Perhaps it's from the nasalized form of Pi root, which is Paleo-Indo-European root, Pele, P-E-L-A, Pele, which means flat, to spread, or the notion, or on the notion of spread out. Then it goes on to say, but the semantics are highly problematic. And this is in quotes. I don't know why it's in quotes. And then it says, according to Beeks. Well, who's Beeks? No, he's who wrote the similarity of the meaning to Greek Pelagian, to make devious, repel, dissuade from the right path, bewilder. But adds, it's hard to think of a formal connection. Goes on to say, so called because they have apparent motion, unlike fixed stars. So fixed is in quotes, so that's kind of weird. Originally including also the moon and the sun, but not the Earth.
Yeah, but not the Earth.
Modern scientific, huh?
I said I was waiting for you to get to that part, or I was going to bring it up.
Well, the modern scientific sense of world that orbits a star is from the 1630s. So, a little less than 400 years ago. It's coming up soon. In English, right? So that's when it was put in English, is 1630s. The Greek word is an enlarged form of planes, planetos, to wander around, wanderer, also wandering star, planet in medicine, means unstable temperature. So, planetos, in medicine, supposed to mean like you got a fever or something. And then you go down here to Pele, Proto-Indo-European root, meaning flat to spread. It's airplane, dysplasia, ectoplasm, like a whole bunch of words that all have a relating. And then you have that part, which is flat of the hand, and palm, tropical tree, then palmy piano and all that stuff, which is flat surface. So piano means flat surface, just like plane or plan or planar, planar, or even like plane, like aeroplane plane. So it don't matter. You can spell it P-L-A-N-E or P-L-A-I-N or P-L-A-N. It's pretty much the same root. And then you have another kind of plane, P-L-A-N-E, a tool for smoothing surfaces. And then another one, plane, pretty much spelled the same way, which is soar, glide on motionless wings. And even Poland and pole and polka and protoplast, protoplasm. It is the hypothetical source of evidence for its existence provided by a Greek plasteion to mold plasma, something molded or created. Latin planus, flat, level, even, plane, clear. Lithuania, plonos, thin, right? So the Greek is lanoin, it's plain, but that's just the root, so it's missing the prefix. And then Old Church Slavic is Polje, so ploj, lunch, I don't know, it's flatland, right, and field. In Russian, it's ploy, Ploi, means open. In Old English, field. Middle Dutch, field. So plain means field in English. So the earth is a field, guys. But the Globers won't understand anything you're saying because they speak Bible. Aeroplane, 1873. What if they existed before 1873? Because the word was created in 1855. Anyway, and earth means dirt. And it's pretty much the word in Gaelic is eretz. Well, eretz, but yeah, it's eretz. It's just Hebrew. It's weird. That's why some people think there's a link between the two nations because of the similarity in words that sound the same and mean the same. Right. So what you been up to, Amaziah? Or I'm Yehuda. Oh, I put everyone to sleep.
going on here?
I don't know, it's super quiet.
What's up? Where'd he go?
I don't know. I just had to step with my phone, so I didn't know it was up.
Oh. So yeah, the root of the word planet in English could also not just be wandering star, but mean flat like a field. Yeah, it's crazy. Or did I say Paleo-Indian? Paleo-Indo-European.
Now cue the more you know. I did not know that about the word planet.
Yeah. It's interesting what you find when you look at the facts behind the development and creation of a word. Some people don't like it, right? Because what they think a word means isn't actually what it means. Or they want to go with
Yeah, it's
or they want to go, well, you can't trust anything that's been written, right? Go for it, Veronica.
I don't have anything.
Origin to everything.
Yeah.
If somebody wants to admit it or not, there's a baseline for truth.
That's right. Just doesn't work if it don't work in their narrative or whatever it is they're defending.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't say that.
It's not on?
It's a living language. It can mean so many things.
Like lesser cattle can somehow mean children.
Yeah.
And something else I found out too, right? Apparently, all of the animals that are clean to eat herb that bears seed. They eat the herb of the field that bears seed. So I guess that's an easy way.
Fish don't.
Oh, I know that, like, on the land. Because, I mean, alfalfa's an herb, isn't it?
It should be. It's grasses and hay that
Grass. Yeah.
have
But
seed.
it bears peas. Peas are the seed.
Alfalfa
Like a-
pea? I didn't know that.
Mhm. Yeah, it has a little snapdragon-like pea flower on it with the keel petal and hood. And they have to have a special bee because they can't just use like honeybees. They have to use like the natural bees, but they're so far and few between that they started bringing in the European leafcutter because it can get punched in the face and they don't phase them with the European honeybees and all that. They get punched in the face by one of those and they're down for the count. I mean,
A
it
European
really works.
leafcutter bee.
Yeah. Because they'll go in
Interesting.
there,
Well, oh, go ahead.
they'll land on it, and they'll land on the keel, and it's like a trigger. Like the nectary won't open up until they trigger it. And it pops because it doesn't want anything to get it. They're like not bumblebees, but they look like bumblebees.
Oh, that's interesting. That's when I think you start running into issues, though, when you start to take. Well, I don't really know about bees, but when you start to take different, kinds, into other lands.
Yeah, because there's other repercussions. Like, for instance, the grass, right? All the grass that you see on the fields and the grasslands, it's an invasive species. It's not the real grass that was here.
Cool. Are you seeing how the stream is going? This is a test. Oh.
All right.
I was trying to ask earlier, so this is a live stream test on YouTube onto your channel to see how everything's going. If it's like streaming well or something.
I think that and just getting the live streams going on this channel. I'm not really sure.
I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. People that are over here don't know what I'm on the air matters, or means. What were you asking?
Oh, yeah, I was just asking if, this was just like a test for your YouTube channel. If you're gonna, and then woman of valor, or I almost want to call you woman of victory. Answered and saying that we were trying to get the live stream going and stuff.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Want to try to get it going, right? because I'm not really able to stream all the time. But if anybody else like is willing to and wants to, it's like one of those deals. Because my internet's like lacking. I don't have unlimited data, so and then the speed as well. But I can put out 1080 at 30 frames. But yeah, it's just a test to see how the relay chat behaves and everything else. And so far, only got like one person that commented on the YouTube. That was Veronica.
I just was letting you know
Nice.
if everything was good on that end. Yeah, that's me on the YouTube.
That week's nice. But soon it's going to turn into a hairdryer. Like, I don't really want to get in deep with anything right now because I'm running on like borrowed waking hours. I should have went to bed last night.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired too. I think I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning and I couldn't go back to sleep. So I just been awake. That's pretty early for me.
Yeah, I think around 6 o'clock I was thinking, I should go to bed. And then it turned to like 8 o'clock and I was like, yeah, maybe I should go to bed. And I'm like, no, I'm going to stream.
Yeah, I decided to get up and get my day started, and I went to TJ Maxx. And when I walked in, where there was this rack, there was a full linen jumpsuit. I'm not even joking, and it's pretty cute. Oh, their goats are out, and because they have TJ Maxx has linen, 100% linen stuff. And they have them in all sizes, even 2X to, well, actually I haven't seen extra small, but I've seen small. And they're at pretty good prices as well.
Like colored or just raw?
Colored.
Nice.
Yes. And there's even one shirt I found that was a linen knit, which is hard to find, but the knit is, all the knit I've seen is see-through. So I just gotta just skip those. I don't know.
Well, those see-through ones might be good as like a shawl over your clothes. Like a...
Oh, that's not a bad idea. Just like an extra layer.
Yeah. Sheddable.
Yeah, because that's what the knit is like anyway. It's mostly just very loose.
I wonder if they have that at other TJ Maxx, because we have one in our town. Has that
Yeah, we have a Bells, and I don't like shopping there because of the name. Everybody
I've
goes,
never heard
it's
of that.
Beals.
Is
Why do you
it
call it
BEA?
Bell?
Yeah. Dude, I only heard of that when I moved to Texas.
It's because it has a bell in it in the middle of the thing. BE Bell AS, right? So it looks like Beals, but it's Bells. It's like you get like those loose threads where it's not exactly perfect, so the designer store, outlet store, or whatever won't take it because, they have to have pristine stuff there because it's expensive. So then these place gets it for like $15, and at the other place it's $65, right? So, but as far as like everything else, that's all like synthetic clothes, designer clothes. It's like, I don't like shopping there.
And we're back to words. The meaning
So-
of words.
Well, apparently, yesterday, right? It wasn't the equinox; it was the equilux. So it was equal light, 12 and 12. I don't know why they call it equilux.
Light, equal light. And equal dark. Equal loose. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
So does the equinox.
I think that might be in the fall because the dark, the night, because nox is night, so the night is equal to the light, something like that. And then daylight savings, would that be the changing of times with the seasons?
No, that just makes no sense.
Man-made
That's a
tradition.
bad, yeah, that's a bad thing.
Well, the little horn is a man. Well, having the face of a man, anyway.
I think of Daniel, is it chapter 7, thinks to change the time in the law.
Yeah. Now, as opposed to the law thing, I would say the one that says, go ahead and sin, you're saved anyway. The lawless one.
Yeah. Do what thou wilt.
Yeah, so no wonder they need to save time, save the daylight, because they're going to lose it in the end.
Yeah.
Good.
Also find it interesting that yesterday was what a lot of heathens celebrate as St. Patrick's Day. Everybody was Irish yesterday.
Yeah.
That's what they say.
Yeah, that kind of makes me upset. It's like, why are you guys celebrating the genocide of my people.
Yeah.
What do you mean it was about the snakes? No, there never were snakes in Ireland. I was a Catholic.
What's up with the? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, it's like a Catholic convention. Go for it.
I was gonna ask, what's up with the pinching? Somebody did pinch me yesterday. I was like, what the?
What?
I don't
Like
even
a friend or
celebrate.
random person?
No, like an acquaintance, not a random person.
I think it's both did that. That's something that happened when I was like 12.
Yeah, this is a grown woman. A grown woman.
Elderly.
Yeah, an elderly woman. And she's pretty small, so I was like, don't do anything. You know, like, I could have grabbed her and stuff, but I don't know, I didn't want to hurt her. She's pretty small. So I was
See,
like, just
wrestling's
walk
more-
away. Yeah. But what is up with the tradition of pinching? Where does that even come from? I'm gonna call her crab hands. Crabby pinchy hands now.
Must be some type of superstition.
I think it has something to do with like the snake bites that St. Patrick didn't get because he defeated the snakes without getting bit. Because he wore the green cloak or whatever and had the shamrock. I think that's what it represents, is the snake bites that didn't happen. So if you're not wearing the green, you're going to get bit by snakes.
Oh, no wonder I felt so defiled.
I'm just making that part up, but it sounds legit, right?
Totally sounds legit, man.
I don't know, that's a good question. Shall I do a search on it and get into the
What?
meaning of words?
Would this be a Catholic thing because of the whole St. Patrick? That's where my mind goes. Not other saints.
Okay, why do you get pinched on St. Patrick's Day? This is realsimple.com. Let's see how simple they explain it. St. Patrick's Day pinch rules make up a cultural relic. We dive into why you get pinched on March 17th, as well as why you're even supposed to wear green in the first place. Okay? As long as you can remember, if you weren't wearing green on St. Patrick's Day, your punishment was uncomfortable, borderline painful pinches from your friends and family members until the clock struck midnight. Though it might feel like that's just how life is on March 17th, have you ever actually questioned the St. Patrick's Day pinch rule? No, I can honestly say I haven't. In this ancient culture practice, passed down from generation to generation, so they say, or was this just a silly game some older brother invented to gang up on his younger siblings? According to folklore, if you get pinched on St. Patrick's Day for not wearing green, because green makes you invisible to leprechauns, and leprechauns like to pinch people because they can. However, we can find no primary Irish source to clarify that claim. Sounds like a Roman lie to me. So take it with a grain of salt. I'll take it with a whole packet of salt. Apart from the superstitious aspect, you might also be wondering, why do we wear green on St. Patrick's Day anyways? Well, according to Paul Finnegan, the executive director of the New York Irish Center, wearing green actually symbolizes Irish republicanism, a non-sectarian movement from the late 18th century that campaigned for Ireland to become an independent republic. The reason green has so deeply become entwined with St. Patrick's Day came a little bit later. It says time. In the 19th century, Irish immigrants started landing in America and celebrating SPD. And their heritage was wearing this symbolic color. Yeah, but it's earlier than that. It goes back to Rome. But anyway. So go ahead and wear your finest green dress or tee this SPD. And share these fun facts you've learned through history. It's not even history. It's Scaligari. Okay, St. Maurice Parish. This is over there. So, why do you pinch on St. Patrick's Day? According to folklore, you get pinched on St. Patrick's Day for not wearing green because it makes you invisible to leprechauns. Okay, bullshit. Is it offensive to wear orange on SPD? It is offensive to wear orange on SPD, or is it? Stacks advise against wearing the color. Orange has been identified with unionists or loyalists, people who are loyal to the British Crown, she says. What does it mean? Pinch me, I'm Irish. Kiss me, I'm Irish is a common phrase associated with St. Patrick's Day. It often appears on t-shirts and originates from the legend of the Blarney Stone, which is believed to bring luck. Yeah, idle. Why do we wear green on St. Patrick's Day? Leprechauns are actually one reason why you're supposed to wear St. Patrick's Day. There ain't no such thing as leprechauns, man.
Yeah, they're just little demons, dude. FYI, everybody.
And see, if you sit here and you go, what did St. Patrick's do? Oh, he drove all the snakes out. He drove all the snakes out. He drove all the snakes out. Then if you try to look up, when did the snakes in Ireland get to Ireland? Right? And you'll come up with, well, they've always been there. So this is like Roman history. Everything with, like, pretty much Europe came from those that did military campaigns to conquer the people, and they pretty much created myths to have the people believe in a noble lie so that they are easily ruled over by the magistrates, these tyrants. The magistrates used to have a title that was similar to God, meaning like Lord of the House. So, but yeah, that's kind of crazy. They always go back to the leprechaun. Those things are demonic, evil-looking things anyway. Oh, wait a minute. Let me look this up.
You guys ever see the movie Leprechaun? Not all the ones after the first one. The one with Jennifer Aniston. I think she was in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so funny.
I remember that.
So it makes sense that the snakes came when the church went to Ireland to conquer it. Is that what you're saying? And it's interesting how they use snakes, just like in that one time in the Bible when he made the staff and they had to look at it with the snakes, right? Man, I have a hard time remembering that story.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Was that Aaron? Moses that turned it to? Or it was? Yeah, no, better. Wasn't it? No, I might remember, but wasn't it like before the plagues? The pharaoh's magicians like turned their things into snakes, but then Aaron and Moses turned theirs into either snakes that ate their snakes, or like something else that ate theirs. That should look.
Yes, so there is that. But then there's also when they were plagued. And then they had, and the father had, I think it was Moses, make the staff that almost seemed like an idol. Was it Moses? Man, I need to look it up. I can't remember.
Yep, I knew it. Okay, Set. Egyptian, right? Norse is Loki. So some associated him with Hades since both were usually associated with evil, but Hades is the lord of underworld, which would be better associated with Osiris. But the thing is the equivalent is Loki, and the equivalent in the Egyptian is Set. So that trickster archetype moves throughout, and he is the one that provides fortune, like Gimel Dalet. Because luck and fortune, and he's trickish with it, so almost like a leprechaun would be. You're always trying to get me gold, and I always try to trick you so you don't get me gold, and I pinch you and disappear, right? Same kind of aspect. Yeah. And there's no depiction. There was a depiction that looked, it was a short thing that had a hood, right? And it looked like a demonic type figure, almost like a Yoda type figure. But, Egyptian. And it looked like kind of like what leprechauns are supposed to look like, orange face.
And that's interesting that it's orange too, because of what you just read about orange. Hi, Daryl. Welcome.
You may need to participate.
You just joined. If you want to be unmuted, just let us know. I can't unmute from my phone, by the way. He just joined the server. He asked him if he wanted to jump in with us.
Oh, cool. Well, I'll unmute him. He should be able to unmute now, I think. Oh, wait. No, he needs that roll, huh? That's what you're saying.
Yep. What's up?
All right, you're live, Daryl.
Welcome, Daryl.
Perhaps he's away from keyboard?
No, we can't. He asked if we can hear him, but I can't.
We can hear his notifications.
Hey, we can't hear you. He's typing in the voice chat text lobby. Oh. Says he's not sure how to work the microphone.
Is
Anybody want to
is
say
he on
that?
the app or the website?
Said he'll use the text chat for now. If you're on a computer or a phone,
Oh, he's on a laptop. Well, we're getting Daryl squared away. I did want to say that, yes, that staff was made by Moses, and it was, he had mounted a metal serpent on top of the staff to cure the Israelites of snake bites. I knew it was similar. That's so interesting. While they were wandering in the desert. So my sister actually did go to Ireland, and we have a great grandmother from Kenmare, County Kerry. Yep,
Okay.
we're part of the McCarthys at the Ring of Kerry. Yeah. She went and visited. All the pictures were wonderful. It looks so beautiful.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if his webcam is broke, it still needs the credentials to allow the input from his laptop. Let's see. It's either that or you can reset the site settings and it'll refresh and load up and then give you an option. Discord would like to have access to your microphone, camera, and storage. But that's the website has issues. So, are you a flat earther or a globe earther, Daryl? Or are you on the fence?
Or other Earther. We got simulation earther. We got pond theory earther. We got a lot.
I'll have to look into those other ones.
Hey, I heard something.
Yeah, we had this North Star gentleman join us.
Star. Howdy, North Star. How you doing?
What's up, everybody?
Hello.
Wait, was that Daryl or North Star?
That was North Star.
Okay.
You can tell when he unmutes himself, gives us warnings.
It does, yeah. Maybe Daryl's trying to figure it out. I saw him light up for a second. That's why I thought he was trying to talk, but I don't know.
That's right. We'll help you out what we can, Daryl.
Yeah, Noble Warrior, it's interesting to look into the different theories and stuff. Like prom theory is where this Earth is enclosed, but then beyond the ice, there's more planes like this, and we have no idea how big it could actually be. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And then, I already forgot the other one I said. Oh, simulation. Yeah, this is all simulation. We're in like the Matrix. Yes. Hi, Paul. You're also new.
Yes. Welcome.
So when man was told to multiply and fill the face of the earth, did he ask, what number should he stop at, or that's what I've always thought.
Like number of multitude to stop at?
Yeah, like how many people what's the, the magic number? What's the number you stop at when you fill the face of the earth? And is that even possible? And some people have the opinion that, people will be on this earth forever having children, so how big is the earth?
Well, that's an interesting question, because the Father says he's the beginning and the end, so does that imply that there is an end to creating life? Or yeah, do people just keep living forever that choose to live forever? I don't know. That's a good question.
When I was young, I used to think the earth would grow, as a ball. It would just grow, and just keep growing and keep growing, and you would just keep filling it, right? But yeah, if you're going to tell somebody their seed is going to be as the sand of the sea or the stars in the sky, I mean, what's that number?
Yeah, Paul Wright posted a picture in the voice chat and asked, how do people believe that the Earth is not like this? And it appears to be just a disk floating in space. Which we do not believe, at least for me. We are not a disk floating upwards in space as the waters fall off the edge. There's no provable edge anyway, like that. And it's just a picture.
Yeah, and see, the other one is too, like, in order for you to see that, you have to be outside of this world to be able to see something like that, right? Now, as far as I can tell from, like, the CMR, like, observations that and measurements that they've done with the cosmic microwave background radiation, indicates that it's a flat plane, like the cosmos is flat. It's either that or they're getting an echo coming back from the Earth and there's nothing at all out there. But either way, they got a result that they were not expecting, and they did the result, or they did the test 3 times.
Yeah, and actually I believe that it's I believe in biblical cosmology, and the Bible talks about the pillars of the earth. There's 4 pillars. There's a foundation. And it's enclosed, and that there are heavens above us. And that the luminaries, or the stars that we see, are within one of those heavens, I'm pretty sure. And they circle around us, and they're set. But we are on an immovable Earth.
Yeah, we're not a part of that government auxiliary of the Flat Earth Society. There's no evidence of space being there without the atmosphere pushing its way out into the space that's a low vacuum, low pressure, almost negative pressure, while you have positive pressure here, right? So it's not like one of the things to where the vacuum rips the gas away. It's more like the pressure pushes into the void. It's like how you drink out of a straw, right? You create a low pressure vacuum in your mouth, and the air pressure pushes the water down and goes up the straw and into your mouth. Yeah, same with breathing too, right? When you breathe, you don't actually draw air in. What you do is you create a low pressure in your chest, and the air pressure, 14.7 psi at sea level, will force air into your lungs. Yeah, I don't like Vsauce. Nothing he says is true. He's a spin artist. Because he doesn't actually go into the work or have any citation. He just says the same shit that the Royal Society says. Like, especially Vsauce. Didn't he get in trouble for some weird stuff? Like, I like the things that he does when it talks about shapes, right? Yeah, one of the better things to do is get a hold of, like, the Discord app you won't have a problem with the audio and trying to communicate. But if you're on the website and every time you reset your computer, you're going to have to give it permission to access your mic again. I don't know why it does that. It's a bug. Nah, speculation is speculative reasoning, right? It's like a jump to conclusion based off of deduction. It's like philosophy. In fact, that's exactly what it is. But you know what's crazy? You know those globes that everybody has in their classrooms? So it's right there. Globes are not meant for educational purposes, only for decorations. That means that the globe is not supposed to be taught as education, or at least this globe, because it is for decoration only. And it's not just the other one, not just those ones like Walmart. Even the ones that come from India say it.
It's pretty. Oh, go ahead.
No, go for it.
That's pretty bad that they have to label that. What like society? What like organization or corporation or whatever makes them put that on? Or do they just do it? Just is it like a huge troll for fun?
Well, I think they've used the chisel on the people, right? They've shaped the people to a certain way. And I know from like the writings of Solomon, when his house and the temple were being built, his palace, that they were not supposed to use a chisel on a stone, for if you use chisel on a stone, you profane it. So maybe that's why the Masons say the profane, because they've chiseled us. Also, the CIA came forward and said, we will know that our disinformation campaign is complete when the American people believe nothing but falsehoods. So, I mean, there's all kinds of avenues, right? But the basic thing, you know, you have these science communicators, because they're not scientists. It says stuff like this. You can't feel the earth moving, but it's moving. You can't see the curvature, but there's a curvature. Trust me, I'm Bill Nye the Science Guy. And then when you look up Bill Nye the Science Guy to see what kind of credentials he has, and say somebody like Dolph Rumblin, Dolph, the boxer from Rocky. He's more Lundgren. Yeah, he's more qualified to be a scientist than somebody with a bachelor's of mechanical engineering. And this guy actually has chemistry degrees, organic chemistry. Yeah. Or drunk. Okay, now a word of really uncertain origin. Planet. Either mean wandering star, or if you look at the anglicized English Pele, right, which is the Paleo Indo-European language, so that would be like Thracian, I think. It means flat, open, like a field, plain. And that's what entomology means, is facts of the creation or development of a word.
I like that site. I use that a lot.
Yeah. Oh, they left, huh?
They did. It looks like both at the same time. Maybe they were buddies.
Oh, yeah, they were. Oh, heck. How come nobody gave Surge the thing? Oh, he's got valued. He should be able to communicate. Here.
Oh yeah,
Now
give him Bible study too.
He had his account disabled too. His other one, like several others. Still in suspense, I take it, and why?
Oh, because of anti-Semitism, because of people having a strong cultural and cognitive bias towards an untruth that they've accepted in their heart to be true, and nothing can sway them from it.
Dude, you can't say that.
I'm talking about Globers, man.
Glober mentality.
No, I'm talking about Ball Earth believers masquerading.
That made me think of Phantom of the Opera, the song Masquerade.
Hey, we even have somebody chilling and casual. All right.
Drag him down here. I'm just joking. Oh, or did you?
No.
Never mind. Oh, okay. No, they just
Okay,
left.
good.
Yeah.
They probably were going to come in here and saw a live stream. They're like, oh no. I don't want to be seen at the Flat Earth house.
I don't even know if nobody's seen my face and they just heard me talking, if they'd even recognize me. You know what I mean?
So, Josh, have you looked into anything about the moon old world map, like a reflection of Earth?
Yeah, I've looked into the plasma moon theory, and the only thing that doesn't make sense is the echo, unless it was frozen at a certain place in time. The part that's supposed to be North America, it's different, right? It's facing a different way than South America. So unless it was captured at a certain time. But I do see one thing on the moon. I see a rabbit, a hare.
Yeah, I see the man. Kind of looks like a bowler.
Yeah, but there was never a man on the moon.
I get that. It looks like he's got a surprised look on his face.
Really, I don't see that at all. I see a rabbit with ears sticking up, and right now he's sitting up because it's springtime. In the fall, he's upside down because he's falling down. Hang on, let me see if I can find a illustration. Oh, wow. Even Wikipedia has it. Moon rabbit. The moon rabbit, or moon hare, is a mythical figure in Far Eastern folklore who lives on the moon, based on Predorida, whatever interpretations that identify the dark markings on the near side of the moon as a rabbit or hare. Let's see here. Where can I find a good representation? Probably this one. Yep.
Yeah,
No,
Eastern
I know.
cultures. Oh, go ahead.
You're going to look at this and say, no, you're crazy. Go for it.
Eastern cultures do have moon festivals. When I was living in Taiwan, we had the moon festivals, and they had red bean moon cakes, and I don't even know what else. Moon stuff. And they did have, there was something related to the rabbit. I just don't remember everything because I was quite young. I'm trying to find this one place in Enoch, though, where it talks about the face of the moon. When there's a face in the moon. I thought I remember reading something like that. And so if it changes so much like that, I don't think it could be like a reflection of the Earth.
There you go, BG.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that before, but if you look at the picture on the left, you see the two dark spots up at the top.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be his eyes. And right in the middle would be his nose. And the one right below that, like he's got his mouth open.
Oh, okay.
Like he looks like he's shocked. Like he just went to get his prostate examined.
That's pretty specific there.
See, you see a face, and I see a rabbit. Where's the psychiatrist? I wonder what this means. No.
I see two people kissing on the moon.
Well, I think he
Really?
Oh, what's that say about North? Hopeless romantic.
Look at the one on the left. There's someone facing the left on the right side, kissing someone on the left side. Can you see it now?
No, but I do see Joe Camel now. Got some sunglasses on.
I do see the rabbit too, but yeah.
I see a scorpion.
What?
Okay, according to Chan, a medallion on the 18th century Chinese emperor's robe depicting the moon rabbit, mixing its elixir of life at the foot of the cassia tree. Right? This is welcome. Have you ever looked up to the moon and seen what it looks like? That it looks like a rabbit pounding on a log or pestle. Did you know there are many legends about around the world about this rabbit? Well, there are. From Asia, where it is most commonly found, to the Americas, there have been many legends told about the rabbit in the moon over the centuries. It has been a popular Chinese legend for many centuries. Has appeared in traditional Native American stories and was discussed during Apollo 11 moon landing missions. Okay, well, Apollo 11 moon landing didn't happen, so if you're putting that as a source, how else can we trust? Yeah. Anyway, so he goes, or they go. So what are some of the legends about the moon rabbit and traditions surrounding it? Hop on, let's find out. What is the moon rabbit? Well, it says, moon rabbit is simply put, the markings on the moon that look like a rabbit pounding in a pestle. This is what is known in science as a pareidolia, or an image that appears to be something significant. The famous face on Mars or clouds that takes a different shape. And other examples. Qing Dynasty, 1610 to 909 AD, depicting the moon goddess Change with the moon rabbit, with the mortar pestle. So, the jade rabbit of China. In China, the moon rabbit is usually called Yu Chu, which means moon rabbit. However, the moon rabbit is also called Yu Tu, or jade rabbit. And sometimes grandpa rabbit, gentleman rabbit, lord rabbit, and gold rabbit. Stories about the moon rabbit date as far back as Warring States period, around 475 to 221 BC. According to legend, the moon rabbit is a companion of the moon goddess Changs, and pounds the elixir of life for her in its pestle. It lives in the moon, with the toad, and can be seen every year, full view, on mid-autumn day or August 15th, maybe in the southern hemisphere. In one legend told and about around Beijing, a deadly plague came across the city 500 years ago, and it started killing many. The only thing that could save the city from this epidemic was the moon rabbit. Chang's set the moon rabbit to Earth to visit each family and cure them of this plague. it did just that and asked them for nothing in return except for some clothes and often changed from man to woman. After curing the city from this plague, it returned to the moon. So to this day, toy figures of the rabbit wearing armor and riding a tiger, lion, elephant, or deer are popular toys among children and adults alike. They are particularly popular during mid-autumn festivals or during Lunar New Year on the zodiac year of the rabbit. Last time 2013 or 2011. So in December 2013, China launched its first unmanned moon probe to explore the region known as Sinus Iridium, or the Bay of Rainbows. The moon probe was named, appropriately enough, Jade Rabbit. Sadly enough, Jade Rabbit suffered some malfunctions on the moon's surface and completely shut down before they could complete the mission. Fortunately, this mission was not complete failure, as it still managed to relay data back to Earth and ultimately left China's footprint on the moon. And then Moon Rabbit Turtle Island, which is North America. Oh, there's another one, but this time it's a pound. They're pounding mochi. So this is Japan. They're pounding mochi, and it's no longer a woman but a raven. The Rabbit and the Raven pounding mochi by Toyota Hokai. Yeah, that's Japanese. Tusuke, not Yutsuke. The moon rabbit is also popular in Japan. However, in Japan, he pounds mochi, or rice cakes, in his pestle rather than the elixir of life. In Japanese, the rabbit is the moon, or the rabbit in the moon is known as Suke no Yusuke. So Susuke no Yusuke. There is a famous story about him in Japan that goes, many years ago, the old man of the moon decided to visit the earth. He disguised himself as a beggar and asked fox Quitskin, monkey Saru, and rabbit Usagi for some food. Monkey climbed a tree and brought him some fruit. Fox went to a stream and caught a fish and brought it back to him. But Rabbit had nothing to offer him but some grass. So he asked the beggar to build a fire, and after the beggar built the fire, the rabbit jumped in and offered himself as a meal for the beggar to eat. Quickly the beggar changed back into the old man of the moon and pulled Rabbit from the fire. He said, "You're most kind, Rabbit, but don't do anything to harm yourself, since you were the kindest of all to me. I'll take you back to the moon to live with me." The old man carried Rabbit back in his arms to the moon, and he's still there to this very day, exactly where the old man just left him. Okay. Just look at the moon in the night sky. The rabbit is there. And then it goes into Buddhism, Korea, Jogan.
What's up, dudes?
Hey, what's up?
How y'all doing?
Just talking about the rabbit on the moon. Streaming.
Nice.
Yeah, apparently there's a huge folklore behind it in, like, the Orient. China's one of the largest, Japan, Korea.
I don't think I've ever heard of a rabbit on the moon. On the moon.
Well, like, the outline of the craters, to me, it looks like a rabbit from my perspective when I look at it. Other people see faces.
Can you show it to me? Do you have, like, a picture of it?
Yeah. I posted it in the live stream text.
All right, let me look.
And the, whatever other one it is, voice chat text.
Oh no shit, it does look like a rabbit. Kind of like the globe looks like when they outline it like that. It looks like a cat playing with a ball.
Yeah. And then if you look at the picture on the left, because North Star pointed it out to me, because I've never been able to see the man on the moon.
Uh-huh.
Now, the one on the left, you see like where the rabbit is, where his face is, his head, his mouth,
Yeah.
and like the beginning of his ear.
Yeah.
Well, over on the one on the left, you can see there's dark circles there.
Yeah.
And so those are like the eyes.
Yeah, I
And
can
then
even see
directly
I can even see the faint outline of the eye.
Yeah, and the more you stare at it, the more it gets like three-dimensional to where you're like, wait a minute, am I looking at myself with sunglasses on? Yeah. It's trippy.
Nice.
Pareidolia.
That is pretty freaking cool.
And see that little stick coming up to the left of the rabbit? That's supposed to be the pestle that he's pounding to make his elixir of life.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Because like depictions of the year of the rabbit and all of that, it's all about, that's the rabbit that they're talking about, not some hair. So then that makes me wonder, do they have different constellations too, or something like that? Or did the moon happen to be shaped a certain way to where it looked like a rooster or a dragon? I don't know.
Interesting. Red bean moon cakes. Are those good?
Fire. I don't know. It depends on if you like mesquite bean. I can't remember how my grandma says it, but they're it's like a sweet red bean.
It's
like
like a zuki.
Yeah, a zuki, matzuki, or something like that.
It's kind of an acquired taste, but I mean, I think it's good.
I grew up eating it. Yeah, let me ask her. Yeah, you were right. Adzuki. But that's Japanese. I don't know what it is in Chinese. Might be the same. So yeah, anybody got any interesting like news to bring up or anything like that? Like a new discovery that they found, or they've been looking into something that's tripped them out?
Are you talking about just flat Earth stuff, or because I was interesting article I read the other day. It's not flat Earth.
Well, it depends on the subject matter. Anything that's on the news currently for the past, say, 5 years, 6 years.
Well, it was something about how they're gonna make milk from in a lab. Like, so they won't have dairy from cows anymore. They'll make it in a lab, and they're like made microorganisms. They made the microorganisms in the lab, and then those microorganisms like make the milk.
Ew.
I was like, soon you'll be seeing these on the shelves.
We're doing the same thing with meat.
Yeah.
I think that's been going on, honestly.
Well, it's almost like the price rise, right? Happened because of a cooling off. It's like the opposite of what Joseph would have done in Egypt. He would have said, okay, nope, plant more, harvest everything. Store it for later. So there's a paper out there. I can't remember who did it. It's one of these older guys from like 16th century, 17th century, if not earlier. Said Einstein, or no, it wasn't that early. It was sooner. Within the last 100 years or so. It says Einstein was wrong, and no, excuse me. Copernicus was wrong, and the church was right. So you got to just take everything with a grain of salt, I guess, right? Or a whole packet.
As long as it is sea salt. Himalayan.
What about, well, see, they have this one type of salt that's almost lost on how they do it in the Philippines. It's called crunchy salt or something like that. They weave this cone out of palm tree fronds, right? And then after they weave this little ice cream cone like thing, they start boiling a bunch of seawater and pour it over it until it gets full, and then it sinks down, and like the whole thing becomes like this big rock of salt, and it's like a delicacy. But that's sea salt, right? So that's good, right?
Hey, what would you call it again?
It's called a Sintubach. If that's how you
Can't
say
write
it. It's one of the rarest salts in the world from the Philippines, right? I'm trying to grab the thing right here.
Cool, yeah, I'm just really curious. I wanna... Oh, purple bamboo salt. $99. What? For a little jar. Oh, I see what you're talking about here. Yeah, they like encase it.
Yeah, and like
It looks like a dinosaur egg, people say.
Yeah. There's a video. The Astrindos need your help now more than ever. Facilities to produce this asin tupok in Albuquerque, Poi, have been completely destroyed in the recent typhoon. So it's pretty much extinct almost. There's only a few living salt makers left, and acedros.
Yeah, that's cool. When I looked it up, this is the picture. One of the pictures that came up. I thought it was funny. I don't know, the cat. Yeah.
I gotta have it.
Right.
Apparently, it has no unique flavors, just salt.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of those traditional. I wouldn't call them ancient arts, but that are being forgotten and not passed down. Like the younger generations just don't care about it. I was watching a show about this traveler in Japan and how this guy makes traditional soy sauce, and he's like one of the only people in Japan now that knows how to make these barrels that store the soy sauce so it will ferment a certain way. I mean, it's amazing, and I want to try some, but it's probably expensive to ship.
Oh yeah, it's not necessarily expensive to ship, right? I have a cousin that lives there. Jin lives there, but I don't know if you talked to him. But he says, yeah, if anybody wants anything, I'll send them something. But Japan's like one of these countries that has national treasures that are people. So the people themselves are the treasure. Like the sword maker, the master swordsmith. These arts are almost lost, like the katagune makers or the those that sit there and they'll make like the 1,000-year comb and all that stuff. And what the 1,000-year comb is it's just wood that's been smoked for like 4 years or something like that until there's so much carbon in the wood that it becomes like plastic and it won't break. And then they'll carve a comb out of it. A whole bunch of different stuff, like even the carpenters that do the old mortar and tenon style. They'd make all those big temples with just sticks and no nails, just sticks and pegs. It's crazy.
Well, we're all in the truck, and our truck is acting up.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it just died on us. It was weird. Chris will know how to fix it, though. He's so great at that stuff.
It's probably like, oh yeah, it's probably this thing right here. Taps on it a couple of times. Fuel gets sent again. He's like, oh yeah, there's definitely a problem with the pickup. You know, Not necessarily the truck itself, but like, yeah, I don't know. Like, did it just die all of a sudden? Or did it happen when you were like turning or hitting the brakes?
Pressure.
It's a fuel pressure or computer issue. That's what he's saying. Because we were about to go at a green light, and it just wouldn't. It didn't seem like it was getting enough fuel, and then it just died. And now it's all sounding weird and stuff, and he could start it,
I won't idle.
but it won't idle.
Oh,
Tell him I'll figure it out.
He'll figure it out. I just wanted to update everybody, obviously. Everybody wants to know. I'm
fuel
just
filter's
joking.
into the teeth twist.
Trucks don't got fuel filters.
It won't idle, as in running. It'll just shut off again.
Yeah, it's fine.
Beat on that fuel pump a couple of times. Is it in the gas tank?
I got fuel pressure gauges. Like I got all kinds of tools, man. I'll figure it out. Thank you. I appreciate it though.
Now, what the hell is that sound? Who's running a router? Well, I was going to say if it's a Mazda 626 from 96, what the problem is. But yeah.
A lot of sixes in there, buddy.
Well, it might just be because it was down here in the desert, not running for a while. But the one that I had, like, it seemed all right, except for every once in a while, it would start hunting and surging and then loading up and then dying on me no matter what I would do. And figured out that it was the air intake had a bunch of leaks in it, so it was bypassing the mass airflow sensor. So, yeah. Ended up just hard piping it with plastic PVC and getting it as close as I could and then wrapping the whole thing with silicone tape. Did the job. I remember one time my buddy was driving down the street and his Jeep is just blowing, like it's just straight running off the engine oil, like just blowing black smoke everywhere, sounding horrible, and just barely running and just feeling like, what's going on? He goes, I don't know, I can't figure it out. So I looked at it and I go, oh. I open up the choke, I go, start it now. He goes, how did that happen? I go, did you just come back from off-roading? Yeah, because the choke's not hooked up and it's all shut. Hook it up to a cable and just leave it.
Well, some people started their new year on the Equilux. Maybe that's something to talk about.
Yeah, see, I haven't really done a lot of like looking into it, but I believe the vernal equinox, which is what this one was, is the beginning of spring. So the next full moon is what we're waiting for. So, but I guess the new year had already happened or something. I know that I found a chart for all of 22 that tells me what day on the Gregorian all of the moons fall on all of the phases. Like the full moon at max wax and the new moon at conjunction. And that's through the Lucius Trust, the Lucifer worshippers.
Well, interesting. I wonder, are you going to try to see if it's right as well? They probably calculated it well, knowing them, but I would still test it as well.
Oh yeah, they have to keep that stuff because that's what all of their rituals are based on every moon day. They follow a Sabbath every 7 days. They have a they have a celebration.
Copycats.
Well, Halael is one of these that's like literally cannot create anything, so he's going to counterfeit everything the Father does, right?
Right.
Now, something I wanted to do research in and get down into, right, is this whole notion that the stars fell from the sky and there was an earthquake, lots of earthquakes, big earthquakes, and like eclipses and all this stuff from 1830s to like 1850. And this is right around the same time as the Millwright movement, the beginning of the Seventh-day Adventist and the Jehovah's Witness. They really thought it was the end of the world. They gave everything up, and then they became paupers, became poor. Because, and they claimed that it's the scroll that tastes like honey in your mouth but turns bitter in your stomach. They claim that's what that event was. So, I kind of wanted to go into detail with it and see how that whole thing transpired, because if anyone would have kept like proper records of what would have happened, would have been Ellen and her husband and her brother and cousin and their extended family. But I'm not saying look at her as a prophet. They regard her as a prophet. The SDA do.
Which I actually wonder why that is, because wasn't she one of the founders? Like, isn't she the person who founded it? I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah. And then...
She never called herself a prophet, if you're talking about Ellen.
Yeah, she never referred to herself as one.
People always try to talk crap about her like she did or something. It's a little aggravating. To me, anyway.
I mean, if anybody's
dog and hunt.
Right. I mean, if anybody's like in for a good read, I recommend The Fall of Jerusalem or The Great Controversy. It's the same book.
The Great Controversy is great, man. I have it somewhere. I've read it before. I suggest any believer read it, especially Catholics. I feel like give that book to Catholics. I seen a bunch of signs on the side of the road that said 666 mark of the beast and stuff like that, and I was like, I'm gonna stop and see how crazy this person is. They seem pretty crazy. It was this old man. He wasn't crazy at all, man. He was a intellectual, but he was a Seventh-day Adventist, and he was giving those Great Controversy books out. And these are the expensive, hardback, like fully illustrated, like expensive books, man. It's probably one of the nicest books that I have. I don't know where it's at, but I have it somewhere. I bet it's with my encyclopedias.
Yeah, in the pews, those hymn books, the Book of Hymns, and then there's the SDA. There's another one, right? And it's not the Bible. It's like writings from like different eclectic writings about the faith and all that stuff. And it's all like teachings from Ellen, like all of her, like all of the things that she had come to realize and had found out as truth. So she wrote it down because there was no internet back then. So it's, oh, hang on, let me go grab it.
Yeah, thank y'all for trying to help me with the truck, but I'll figure it out.
It's like a mystery.
I'm gonna check the
No
fuel
wonder he
pressure
likes
first.
me.
It's called Testimonies and Ministers, or Testimonies to Ministers and Gospel Workers. Pacific Press, and it says white on it, so that's Ellen's work. So the first one is preface to the third edition, and then historical forward, and then 1, the Church of Christ. The objective is supreme regard, the Church of the property of God, the Church the property of God, organization and development, the remnant church, not Babylon. Right? The remnant church, not Babylon. Faithful, earnest warnings. Danger of reaching truth. A faithful message. Worldly amusements. Rejecting the light. Let him that thinketh he standeth take heed. And it goes on and on and on. And then, yeah. It's a nice hardback book. Human needs and divine supply. Means and methods. A faithful tithe. And then the great controversy. And then this other one. It's called From the Heart. E.G. White. It's another fancy hardcover book. Says, we're all living in an important and eventful age. We are almost home. Starts off in Ephesians 4:11. The Apostle Paul lists 5 major gifts of the Holy Spirit. Apostles, prophets, evangelicalists, pastors, teachers, Seventh-day Adventists believe that Ellen G. White had the prophetic gift, but her life and ministry gave evidence of other gifts as well. It should be no surprise, then, that she chose not to limit the identification of her work to that of being a prophet. She once wrote, "My commission embraces the work of a prophet, but it does not end there." That's Selected Message Book 1, page 36. Mrs. White's writing may have been classified in 4 general areas. First, there were her topical books covering themes such as Great Controversy Story, education, health, evangelism, and other important subjects. There were the published testimonies of the church that began in 1855 and continued until 1909, each addressing assorted topics. Third, there were letters, more than 5,000 of them. But this devotional book draws on material from the fourth area, her 5,000 articles in the various church journals she wrote for the major periodicals. Starting with the Present Truth, then the Review and Herald, and the Youth's Instructor, followed by the Signs of the Times, as well as other journalists in North America. During her ministry service in Europe and Australia, her articles appeared regularly in publications to those places. Though her prophetic service, particularly in this middle and latter years, most every week an article from her was published in one or more periodicals. These articles became a regular contact with the church members. For many years, they were printed on the covers of these journals. Her articles are the material for the devotional book, From the Heart, which is what this is. Many of these articles were written specifically for the purpose, or specifically for publication. Some were transcriptions of sermons she preached. Others were notes of travel, still. Others were accounts of her writings, especially of the controversy story. Some were letters. Some were drawn from her books, while others provided material for the books. That she was a prolific writer cannot be questioned. Her overall writing can be easily calculated at 100,000 pages. What a legacy to the church and to the world. Drawn on the 5,000 articles that appeared in the church journal, the devotional book is evidence of the diversity of her counsel. She spoke and wrote to church leaders. She was often presented with major decisions. When major decisions were made about general conference sessions, she had a special burden for the ministry of the church. Her article about Bible characters are rich with lessons for today. She also felt a deep interest in every church member. She often spoke about the use of talents, time, and money. She had a strong supportive word for the doctrinal beliefs of the church, too. The Bible was always the foundation of what she wrote. Her rich knowledge of the Bible is evident in her article. She strongly advocated for the study of the Bible, prayer, and other elements of a devotional life. Financial support in the tithes and offerings was a high priority as well, and her major delight was to present the life of Christ in all its variety, including the parables. So, devotion. This
60 psi fuel pressure. That's not the problem.
Okay, March 18th. First things first, you are the light of the world. Matthew 5:14. Eternal things should awaken our interest and should be regarded in comparison with temporal things. As of infinite importance, God requires us to make it our first business to attend to the health and prosperity of the soul. We should know what we are enjoying, the favor of God, that He smiles upon us, and that we are His children indeed, and that in a position where he can commune with us and we with him. We should not be at rest until we are at the position of lowliness, and meekness, that he can safely bless us. And we be brought into a sacred nearness with God, where his light may shine upon us. And we reflect the light to all around us, but we cannot do this unless we are earnestly striving ourselves to live in the light. This God requires all of his followers, not merely for their own good, but also for the benefit of those around them. We cannot let our light shine to the others as to attract their attention to heavenly things, unless we have the light in us. We must be imbued with the spirit of Yeshua HaMashiach, and we cannot manifest to others that Christ is in us, and hopefully of glory, and of the hope of glory. We must have the indwelling Savior, or we cannot exemplify in our lives his life of devotion, his love, his gentleness, his pity, his compassion, his self-denial, and purity. This is what we earnestly desire. This should be the study of our lives. How shall I conform to my character the Bible standard of holiness? Christ sacrificed his majesty, his splendor, his glory, his honor for our sakes, became poor, that we through his poverty might be made rich. Excuse me. He condensed to a life of humiliation, where he was subjected to scorn. He was despised and rejected of men. He bore insult and mockery, and most painful death in the most shameful manner, in order that he may exalt and save the fallen sons and daughters of Adam from hopeless misery. In view of this unparalleled sacrifice and mysterious love manifested for us by our Redeemer, shall we withhold from God our entire service, which at best is so feeble? So we use selfishly, for business or pleasure, the time which is necessary for us to devote the religious exercises to the study of the scriptures and to do self-examination and prayer. We have not built our hopes here in this world. Our actions have testified to our faith that in heaven is our enduring substance. Review and Herald, March 29, 1870.
I could kind of see how somebody would get confused with some of the wording, like following the light, as some people are confused as to what light to specifically follow. But if you have a good foundation on the teachings of Messiah and of the whole Bible, I don't know. It seems to be understandable.
Sigh. So, yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty then.
It's one of those things.
Yeah, usually happens like that.
Yeah, it's a never-ending battle. Like, they see me doing something. They see me reading something. They see me doing something. And only then, they need me to do something. It's like, okay, hang on.
Oh yeah, your time is not your time. Anyway, man.
You gotta follow the law, right?
Shut. I almost spit up.
Oh, really? You
Well, I almost spit up 2 times.
okay, guys? Well, it sure has been windy here, and we were going to plant plants, but it's just too windy. Our little plants that we, they've been growing inside, they just wouldn't be able to handle it. But I did, I got some blue corn from this meetup that I went to, which I'm actually really excited about. Some of it's growing. And also, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, right. So if it does grow, maybe I could make our own corn meal. I think that's what it's called, right? For like, I don't know, tortillas or something. That'd be pretty cool. Oh, right. And I'm excited about this fig tree I bought. And I got it planted, and I'm talking to it, and I'm really hoping that it does well. It's already got leaves on it. I would say maybe it's like a 2 years old, maybe 3 even. But we'll see how it does. And I think I didn't look in the Farmer's Almanac for this year, which I probably should have. But I transplanted that, and then another flowering bush that's kind of like a jasmine. I forgot what it's called. To help the pollinators. And I planted them around full moon. I'm thinking maybe that was either a good idea or a bad idea. I don't know. We shall see.
It is experimente. Experimentation.
Experimente. Yes. I wouldn't say I have the greenest thumb. I mean, I can grow children great, but plants, I don't know about that. It's just something different.
Oh, my word. So wait a minute. Does jasmine yield rice? Jasmine rice? Or how does that work?
Oh, no. No, those are 2 different plants. So jasmine, the flower jasmine, that is almost like a bush tree. And then rice is obviously totally different, but, And jasmine is, you can get from the flowers an essential oil too, which is one of my favorite. It's quite strong though, so I can't always smell it. But I am curious as to why actually they call it jasmine rice.
Yeah, I thought that's what you got off of jasmine. I don't know.
I mean, it's named the same thing, so if you didn't know, I mean, it's kind of logical, but it's one of those words again, you know.
It's infused with because it does have a smell to it. Wondering if they put something in there. I don't know. Like it's fragrant, that jasmine rice, so I don't know if they infuse it or if it's, I have no idea anything about it, but I have noticed that. It does have some kind of floral scent to it. I don't know nothing, no. Just say.
Well, according to Rabbi Wikipedia, it says jasmine rice, Thai, and then whatever, and then RTGS, cow hom male, Mali, yeah, Mali, Thai pronunciation, kahomali, kahomali, as a long grain
Smells like a
variety.
deity.
As a long grain variety of a fragrant rice, also known as aromatic rice. So the rice gives off a fragrance. Okay. And it even tells you 2-acetyl-1-pyrolinane is the main salinate. The rapid loss of the aromatic intensity leads many Southeast Asians and connoisseurs to prefer each year's freshly harvested new crop of jasmine rice as opposed to last year's. What? The grains cling and are somewhat sticky when cooked, though less sticky than glutinous rice. Orija sativa. Variation glutinose. So that's glutinous rice.
I think the sticky Thai rice is made from jasmine rice. Like those desserts, the dessert they make with you can put a mango on top of it, and there's like coconut in it or condensed milk or whatever. It's so good. But there's probably lots of sugar.
Probably. Oh wow, there's different rices? Like, okay, so I'm gonna have to look at this. African
You should
rice.
look at wild rice. It's all different types of colors.
Zianya. Yeah, so list of rice cultivars known for rice cultivators. Also known as rice varieties or varieties. Blah, 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 blah. There are several species of grain called rice. Asian rice, which is Orzyza, Orja, Orya, Orja, sativa, and spelled just like cannabis sativa, Sativa. And most widely known and most widely grown two major subspecies, Indica and Japonica. What? And over 4,000 varieties. So they have sativa and indica rice. That's crazy. 40,000 varieties. Also included this list is African rice and wild rice. There's no American rice. Oh man. There's Australian. Oh no, there is North American. Texas rice, Texas wild rice, Texi Mate,
Oh wow!
Brazo.
Why have I never heard of this?
I don't know. Let's see. The Texas rice that I had a thing on, it's Zinzania texana, is a rare species of grass known by the common name Texas wild rice. It is endemic to Texas, where it is found only in the upper San Marcos River in Hays County. It is threatened by a loss and degradation of its habitat, and is federally listed endangered species of the United States. Brazos, Gulferos, Madison, Pecos, and Rico 1. And then you have California varieties, right? California New Variety Rice, Chalkahari 201, Kalamat 201, Kamochi Rice, Kalaru, Kalarose, which is what we eat, Kaluja, Nakashi Rice, and Wahani Rice. So Calrose rice, just to make sure. Calrose is a medium grain. So I told my grandma that's not even short grain, that's medium grain. She goes, that's going to be Calrose. Variety notable for the being of the founding variety of the California rice industry. And then it's a sativa one, Japonica. And then Nikishi rice. Nikishi, Japanese character, Nikishi, a character that the brand also uses as a logo. The brand is California grown medium grain rice sold by JFC International. The species of Nikishi brand rice is known as a new variety, which includes Kokuho rice and M401. New variety is medium grain rice, very similar to Calrose rice. Interesting. Carolina Gold? What? Gold rice? And then Louisiana. And that's it. So Texas, California, Carolina, Louisiana. That's it. An African rice, what does that look like? Oh, wow. Those are some fat kernels. Greek, blue rose. Oh, wow, that's a long list for Japan. Longer than China's. China's has only got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them? Japan's got it by section. Non-glutinous, used in sake production, glutinous, aromatic, red rice, black rice. Thai, small amount Vietnamese. Quite a large amount, actually. That's cool. I got enough rice talk.
Now I want rice.
Yeah, from what I could see, that Texas rice, they were mighty, mighty small, tiny grains.
Oh.
Like smaller than short grain and skinnier. Almost like, when you're out in a field and you have the grass that's up there and it's got like the pollen things off on it and you grab it by the stalk and you pull it off and you got all of those pollen heads in there. It's about the size of those pollen heads of like normal bluegrass seed.
Speaking of food, what do you guys think? Do you get fruit from other countries like Costa Rica? I don't think Mexico's so bad. I mean, Texas, we're right on the border, but Costa Rica is kind of far.
One thing I realized is the rice that's grown in America sent overseas. Like we produce a lot of rice in America, especially California, Sacramento area. Now, what is this about? Hang on. You don't have to hang on, just carry on. So yeah, my grandma just asked me, so what were you guys talking about? The red beans for the Mizuki or the Azuki? And I go, well, because of these. And she goes, well, what are those? And I go, these things. And she goes, but what are they? And I go, they're red bean mooncakes from China. And she goes, oh. And I said, now do you see the rabbit on the moon? She goes, oh yeah, we got that story. And I go, yeah, I know. And I'm amazed you didn't get that when I kept saying, do you see the rabbit on the moon? She's like, no, I don't see nothing on the moon. Wow.
Well, good night. Good night.
All right. Well, on that note, I guess I'm going to go ahead and finish this up.